Hi, my name's Sparrow, and today I'm going to do a worked example of what we were looking at the end of yesterday's stream, which was doing or creating a trade route. And the idea being that I'm going to use the after Titan save, which I would built up to a certain level in lots of other ways, but I never got involved in trading and how I would do that. Good morning, Gravnor. Good to see you. So it's like how I would do that in a relatively early stage of a save. Because this save is getting there now, but it's only got like 1,784,000. I would probably start trade routes in a normal save a little bit earlier than this, but they kind of have a diminishing return after a certain length of time. And so the idea here is just to build a very simple one, i.e. the smaller three, like a triangular trade route. But the trade route will be a little bit more than just as simple as possible, because my method of using trade routes isn't just to go from one to the other to other to then back again. It's not to go around in a circuit so much as to kind of gather stuff for each one and then sell. And I've not looked around here. I don't really know what's around, apart from I think one of these was quite good. Say that now, but I can't see anything obvious. No, I can't see anything obvious right now. So we'll have a look around and see if we can find a decent route. Now, what I'm going to try and base it on, let's see if I can actually pull up a different window. Add here. Add an image. This would be a trade route. There. Okay, so let's just get that a bit more central. This is just part of my diagram that I've been building, and I've just stripped everything apart from the three I really want, which are the advanced materials, scientific, and mercantile. And they go in that order. So you'd start from here or anywhere, but you'd start from one of these and then work your way around the trade route. And so what we want to do is we want to use the the economy filter, and we want to find those colors. So it's like a purple, a dark blue, and a green. And we want to find ones that have a good sell price. So like that one there, it's out of 80, and so that one there is a pretty good sell price, but it's high tech, and I believe that's not what we're looking for. No, it's the wrong icon, the wrong economy, but it would be a great place to sell if we were using the other trade route. So we're looking for places to sell, because they're the big ones to really focus on. It doesn't matter what the economy size is. It doesn't matter if it's a 3-star or a 2-star. We're just looking for places that are demanding and offering a high price. Green is a good way to start, because green stands out quite well on this map. $75.9, so maybe we'll start there. That's as good as we're seeing straight off the bat. We'll probably find others as we go along. now we've got that visited. Now, because we're using the After Titan save, which came off of the Titan Expedition, I'm not going to easily be able to rename systems because they're mostly been discovered by other people, because their people are spread out from where that expedition was. So I'm probably going to have to make notes as I go along. But usually I would probably rename this as kind of Trade Route 1 or something. So this is Mercantile. And this system is called EUGOURD. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing the screen, am I? Let's close the trade route thing. So I found this system, and in the... if we go to the conflict filter, not conflict, I keep saying conflict, economy filter, the mercantile sell value is 75.9. And that's out of 80, so that's pretty good. We might find better, but that's pretty good. So that's a good enough place to think this would be a good place to sell. So what I'll probably do next is find an actual place to build a base. We're going to do that. We might as well switch into full play mode. And any planet will do. So we'll go to the closest planet, as long as it's a populated planet. Obviously, in this particular save, I was using my living ship primarily, the Wraith that came from the Titan Expedition. It should have an economy scanning system. This is one of these things. There we go. Now, I would potentially look around for more than one trade post and see what the absolute best is, but we're building up the beginnings of the route first, so we'll probably just drop a base marker here and then move on. Looking at what I get there, let's go up a bit higher. I think that's actually around the... it looks like it's closer than it is. I think it's actually around the planet. It's better. So I'm not really bothered about anything. Whoops, didn't land. And not really bothered about anything like the type of planet, the kind of weather, or anything. All I'm really worried about is that they buy these goods at a reasonable price in this system. We'll just double check the sale prices. So the highest selling item in this area is the neural duct. We just have a quick look back at our graphic a second. So we have we are in the mercantile. No, are we? Yeah. So scientific sells to mercantile. So we'd be buying here and selling to here. and we're in the mercantile system at the moment. We're going to be trying to sell neural ducts. So a neural duct is going to sell for 70,577. Let me just have a quick look at what the baseline price of that is. I can see my phone anywhere, which I can't. Yeah, I'll quickly look online. The baseline price is 50,000. That's what we'd expect to sell it for if it had no markup whatsoever. So I'm just going to drop a base computer here. And I'm not going to build a teleporter yet. I'm just kind of finding my way around the galaxy map. We'll name that. Mercantile selling base. So we got a good place to sell from scientific to mercantile. What I'd really want to do now is find somewhere where we can buy decent goods in this same economy. And this probably wouldn't be the best place. Just want to double check my diagram a second. So the low prices for buying will be 30% or up to 30%. So we're looking now again for green systems. Actually, this is not bad. It's got 28.9%. So that's pretty good out of 30. So actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly look and see how big the economy is in each system. So what we're doing here is we're looking how many goods can be bought and sold on a planet and how many goods can be bought and sold at the space station. Because one of the things about trade routes that people don't necessarily notice straight off the bat is that not all two-star economies will sell the same number of goods. I don't mean the 5,000 of this or whatever. I mean the actual goods themselves. We go back to our we would expect to be able to buy either 3 or 4 of these goods, and it will start from the bottom. So we'll always be able to buy this bottom one, the decentered. I'm not looking at the thing on my screen myself, so let me just do that. So, sorry, the decrypted user data, and Starsilk will definitely be able to. So whether or not we can buy comet droplets, ion spheres, or teleport coordinators at this location. So let's find out. And the highest profit isn't actually the top one. So the ion sphere is the top one we can buy on a planet, which is actually the highest profit goods we can actually get generally. It has the highest spread. It has the highest spread for the highest price. Now let's have a look at this space. Actually, no, we'll just go to the space station. If we can also sell all 4... Actually, it doesn't really matter if we can sell all 4 the space station, but just for the purposes of explaining how this works, we'll just see if the same is on space stations. we would probably always be selling at a trade post in this case. So 2 separate economies, and as you can see, in the space station we can only buy the bottom 3 items. Oh, you can't see that. Let me quickly turn that off again. So we're now at the space station, and the bottom 3 items are available. So we can buy comet droplets, decrypted user data, and star silk. And if we go back to that thing, then those are the 3 bottom ones in this particular economy. So that's actually not great for buying, even though the actual prices are good. We can't buy the 2 most valuable items. We can buy the 3rd one, so I probably wouldn't totally ignore. What? Am I muted? Hello? Hello? No, I shouldn't be. I can see my microphone activating. Thanks for confirming, Gravnaut. So I might buy one of the economy items here, but it isn't the best place to buy. Because for buying, I would like to buy from both economies. I'd like to buy from the space station and the planet. And so the best way to find good buying places would be to look for higher economies. But we're still trying to find higher economies that have a good purchase price or buying price. So for instance, that's got a high buying price, 28.4, but it's only 1-star economy. So we'd only be able to buy either the bottom or the next one up item. And we'll steer clear of that pirate controlled. You can sell into them, but you can't buy from them very easily. Sometimes you can buy from the traders, but it's not really something you'd do as part of your trade route. So it's 20.6. 23.3 is only 2-star. Two-star. -18. 23.5, 2-star. 3-star, but it's only 14.9. But at least we can buy everything there. Yes. Hi there, Ignition. Did you get your sound sorted out? Oh, yes, you did. Okay, so let's go and have a look there, because this will be an example of a 3-star, and we'll see what economy items are available here. And the thing about higher economies is that you do have more items available to you, and often in higher numbers, so it's a good place to buy regardless sometimes, unless there's a terrible price. And we're going to buy from more than one place. So in the space station, we have all 5 items. And the top one being the teleport coordinators, and we have a reasonable number of them. If we were to buy all of them, it would cost us about 5 million. We're just doing how trade routes work and how to build them up. So trade surges I have looked into in the past. There are a couple of videos of me doing trade surges, but to really work out trade surges, you either need to just search for the individual places to buy all over the place and then go to the point. And it helps if you've already got a working route, because you know where to go and where to buy stuff. So I'm gonna take a note of that one. Miyako Kane. And let's have a look on the planet and just double check we're able to buy everything from the planet. Not low enough yet, I don't think. In the wrong place, aren't I? So it's trade events. It's not quite as far away as last time. A squid taking off then. Interesting, something took off from just over the hill, as if there might be another trade post there. We can get all 5 items from here too. So we'll put down another base computer. Can you check what items the trade pilots have for sale? I can do. Do you mean in the space station, or do you mean on the trade post? Because they're going to be different. Or both, for that matter. This is going to be... some nice butterflies here. Right, let's have a look. Are there any? There's a little bit. Oh, there's some coming in. If there is another trading post just over the hill, sometimes it distracts them from landing here. Now these tend to have one of the local items, what you would call the race items or the curiosities. The second one, because there are always two, they often have some form of useful item, in this case tritium. They often have one or more of the agricultural items and a couple of other random things. So they're not really tradable as such. You could sell to them if you wanted. I don't really ever think it's that worth it, but nobody else has come in. I'm gonna have a quick look at now we've planted the flag, as it were. Let's have a quick look. Sometimes you can get two from this. You can when you build them. Just going to have a quick look over that hill and see if there is another trade post. It's a storm crystal planet. That's not a trade post. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe it was just the way the ships were being spawned in. Yeah, so the things like the gold and platinum will come up in the same, I think the same spot as the tritium came up there. It's not usually that useful, but it's useful when you need, for instance, the item for if you want to start a settlement and you don't have the relevant level. It says, oh no, you're not experienced enough or whatever, and you need at least 3 of the secondary items that they sell here. The reason I asked was, while waiting for an exotic to land, I bought all the plants from everyone and was able to make 10 circuit boards in that time, just from the... Yes, I can imagine that, because it can take ages sometimes for something to land that you're waiting for. And what else do you do? So yeah, fungal mold and star bulb in this case, tritium steel, some launch fuel, and those 2 items. You are often able to get a lot of the agricultural items.
Extreme toxicity.
So that's just one place that might be worth buying. But I'm going to keep looking for more, because the secret of a good trade route is to find 2 or 3 places. I would say at least 3 places that you can buy from at good prices. .2 is not too bad, but it's only 2 star. It's 3 star, but it's only 20. That's a little bit low. Out of 30. It can take a lot of searching around, which is why it's worth doing as a stream rather than a guide sometimes, just because it shows you that it's not just like automatic. You can't just go click, 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 there's my trade route. You do have to do a little bit of looking around, finding good places. At least if you want to make a more, because I've said this is a simple trade route, but I'm trying to make it the way I would actually do it, as opposed to just a quick circuit. $29.4. Now that's really good. Still only 2-star, but again, we'll see what we can get there. I mean, on my OP permadev save, I built my entire production, including all of the biodomes and everything, just because I'd been waiting around there for a while for a particular ship, which I wanted in S-class. So it's not unheard of to actually use trade posts as places to do crafting. There's always that space just behind, where it's usually quite a stable piece of terrain, so you can set your refiners up there and things like that without having to worry too much about any budging of parts that can sometimes cause problems with refining. See, look, this has only got the 3 items here, so we can't get the 2 most profitable. Well, if I show you the diagram again, and maybe refocus this a second. And we need to come down a bit as well. So the base level, just get the thing on my screen so I can point to it. The base level market value that you see when you actually look at an item is 105%, and everything's based off of that 105%. And each of the goods, if we then move that down a little bit, they each have different ceiling prices. And so as a spread from that base value, the second most expensive item has the highest spread. So that can be up to 10,000 more when we're selling it. And if we can pull this diagram down a bit, it can be up to minus 3,780 for when you're purchasing the item. So we always want to at least have that second item, which in this case would be the ion sphere in the mercantile area. Let's leave that on the screen, but come to this view. Okay. So I don't have to keep faffing to get the details up. So it depends what we find on the planet. Well, as I said earlier, ideally I'm looking for places where I can buy both in both places. Now, if you really wanted to go into hyper detail, then you would start taking note of all of the different prices as well. Yeah, abandon mode is going to be crazy because everything's going to be lowest tier economy, and it's also going to be the lowest price, and it's going to be well, it might not be always the lowest price, but it will always be only the bottom 1 or 2 items. So you're probably never really going to make a lot of money, if at all. As you say, if you were losing money, then that does kind of suggest that it's not going to... Can I actually do this? That does suggest that it's not ever going to work. But then that's not that surprising, because abandon mode is all about kind of almost like a post-apocalyptic version. So you wouldn't expect the trading system to be operating. Where's the demand? So not that they've deliberately done it like that, but it's just a consequence of the way abandon mode is set up. So I'm just looking at the ships for a second. Right, so yeah, we've got 4 here. So we've got the lowest 4 items. We haven't got the top item, but at least we could buy the one that has the most profitable spread and one of the 2 that has the second most spread. So we go back to our diagram. It's the 3rd highest spread. It's not quite as high as the top item, but you can usually buy more of them. And again, it's not quite as low. And you can see here the economies, you can usually find each individual item. So that's the lowest item. So like the descented bottles in that case would be this one. It's got a very small spread. The next one up, what's that one? Neutron. I'm just realizing I'm not pointing. I'm pointing on my other screen. So here it shows you the economies you can get them in. So you can get the lowest item in 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star economies. You can get the next highest item in all 3-star, all 2-star, and only half of 1-star. I'm surprised at that one, actually. I think that might be the other way around. I think that should say 1, 2, 3. You only get half of them in the 3-star economies. And this one will be available always in 2-star and 3-star economies. This one would be available in most 2-star and not all. It would always be available in a 3-star, but most 2-star. Is that right? No, again, I think that's the wrong way around. Because I've created my own infographic here, I haven't necessarily... I haven't finished it. This is a work in progress. I probably just thrown the numbers on 1, 2, 3 and made the halves, and I haven't put the numbers in the correct places. So starting again, if we imagine you can't see the pointer. It's a disappointment that you can't see the pointer. I wonder if I can change that. Properties. No, I can't on there. I know I turned off the pointer option. If you look at the top of my screen, and I move that down slightly. So under where it says scientific, we've got neural duct, organic piping, instability injector, neutron microscope, and decentered bottles. And the decentered bottles would be in that first on the left bar, which has got the smallest spread. It can only go up by 840. It can only go down by 315. And it would be available in all economies. And then the next one up, the neutron microscope, would be in the next bar to the right. And that one spread is smaller than the others, but bigger than the one we've just looked at. It can only go down to minus 1,512. And I think it goes up to 4,032. And so each economy we go through, there are 5 different economy levels we can have, not just the 3. And because each economy is different on both a planet and at the space station, you have a chance of getting, for instance, all of the bottom 4 items in a tier 2, in a 2-star economy. But you might only get the bottom 3 in the space station and the bottom 4 at the planet. You might get just the bottom 3 in both, or you could get the bottom 4 in both. It just depends on your luck, really. This is why I'm investigating each one as we go. So these 4 items are available here, but at the space station, only the bottom 3 items are available here in this system. So it's not ideal, but the price was reasonably good. So I am going to put down a base computer for now and see what else we find, because we can't be sure in the space of time that we've got here today that we're going to find all the perfect places. And also, if you were doing this at an earlier stage in the save, then beggars can't be choosers. You've got to stick with what you've discovered. You can't be traveling around everywhere, using up all of your fuel, etc. So this would be mercantile. Can't remember exactly what I did, but buy 2. I think it was the system I was using. So back to the economy filter, we're looking for greens. We're looking, ideally now, I'd really want to find a nice 3-star with something above 25 for buy. I can afford to be a bit fussier now because we've got a couple that we could buy some stuff in, but I really want to buy some. I want to be able to buy all of the items at some place. And this, I think this kind of demonstrates also that your trade route is never fully finished. You can always find better places if you really are into the trading in the game, which, I mean, it is a way of making money. It might not be the most effective way of making money, but if you enjoy doing it, you can really dig into this. $28.3, but only a 1-star. That was pretty good price, though. Do all planets have a corresponding portal glyphs, or are the glyphs for a system and not planets? Unsure about this. If you refer back to my decoding portals video, it goes into exactly which which glyphs are what and what each glyph signifies. And the very, very first glyph is your planetary glyph. So that if you look at a list of glyphs, the first glyph will usually, well, it has to be between 1 and 6. So it will be either a hawk, that reflection Gek thing, a Diplo, a moon, the balloon or marker symbol, or a ship, because there are only up to 6 planets in a system, and there'll be planet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the rest of the glyphs for any of those planets will be exactly the same. And technically the space station is 0, but that doesn't really, you can't use that one. So everything in one system will have all of the same glyphs except for the first glyph. Yeah, it's a video I quite often get feedback on. People discover it. It tries to demystify the whole glyph system and explain how you can use it to just go anywhere. You could kind of visualize the galaxy map and say, I want to go to the mid top corner high, and you can just use your knowledge of how the glyphs work and just go to the part of the galaxy map you want to go to, because it's relatively simple and straightforward once you know how it works. Because it always makes me chuckle a little bit when you see people saying, oh, how do I get to the center? And someone will just say spam the first glyph 12 times or whatever it is, 12 or 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or 12. Spam the first glyph 12 times. It's like, well, yeah, but that's going to go to one particular spot around the center. You can go to any spot around the center if you know your glyph system. I'm not being very lucky with my tier 3 economies. It is a bit like a phone number. Yeah, that's a good analogy. Someone that used to work for a phone company. So the first glyph is, it's actually kind of backwards, a bit like backwards phone number, in that the least significant digit, either digit on the far right, is actually more, that those are more relevant to where you are on the map, and the less relevant one is the planet, and that's on the far left. Come on, where's a nice level 3 economy with some decent... I'm drifting quite a long way away from my center point now. This is a little bit like when you're trying to take advantage of a trade surge and you're just looking for tier 3 economies that will sell you the decent stuff. I mean, it kind of makes sense that it's that way around. I mean, if we find a decent planet, we'll look at the glyphs, and we need the system first. That's a nice little bunch of green here. And they're all going to be data unavailable. Oh, there we go. 29 point. Ah, there you go. That's perfect. 29.8 purchase, 3-star economy. Should have everything available. just as I was beginning to get frustrated. So in this system, I don't. Are we in Islington? No, we're not in Islington. I need to change that to Euclid. We are here in space, and so if we note, the first glyph is a hawk. We land on a planet. Yeah, I've seen quite a few people say that trade surges aren't very good, but I've managed to make a very, very large amount of money using them. So I can only assume that people aren't using them very effectively sometimes. But yeah, going to the wrong place at the end would be a big no-no. I mean, the whole point is to sell everything to one place. Ideally all in one go at the end. Interesting planet. Okay, we might as well land here because they'll probably have the same. Come on. One of these should go green. That's better. Sometimes I think when I crash into things like that, if this was a far less forgiving system, I'd die a lot. But then I think if it was a far less forgiving system, I wouldn't be quite so gung-ho about things. Okay, so we can buy all 5 things. And if we look at the glyphs while we're here, we're now on the second planet. So everything else here is exactly the same if you were to compare them. But the first glyph has changed because we're on the second planet in the system. And then the next 3 glyphs are this system's address within the region. So those 3 will signify where we are on the galaxy map within the region of space that we happen to be in. So in this case, if we come out of here, we go to exploration. Oh no, we're not in space, so we can't see the region. But we're going back to space now anyway. So we can buy all 5 there. We should be able to buy all 5 everywhere for a free start. So yeah, maybe I should drop a To be honest, the bumping and landing method, although it sounds silly, is actually quite a good way of stopping you having forward momentum in this game. And I do use it sometimes. I just kind of aim at the thing in the ground and bounce back again. So this is mercantile by 3. Just double check, but theoretically you should be able to buy everything in a free start. I don't think I had any dodgy goods on me at all anyway. They didn't really get into pirating elements. So now if we go to that page, so anywhere, those next three glyphs represent our position within the Zistray. Yeah, we'll call it Zistray spur. Zistray. The pronunciations that you have to kind of try and create in your head with some of these things. Okay, so we've got all 5, just double checking. So this is a good place to buy. So we've got 3 places we can buy things for this economy. So the next thing would be to move on around our thing. So from mercantile, we'd go to advanced materials. So we're going to be looking for the purple. Now, I'm not really bothered about keeping them local because I'm using my teleporter. Economy. Doesn't stand out quite as well for me as green. So advanced materials. And we're looking for a good sell price out of 80. So that's pretty good. 78.3. So I'm going to start there. Oh, Hyperdrive has no fuel. Let's just oh, I was going to say create a waypoint there. I don't want to lose the position. Sometimes it can be hard to find. That's not the one. Is it that one? Ah, maybe I've lost it now. Is it that one? That's scientific. I've lost it. I'll probably be able to find it in a minute, but maybe not.
Technology recharge.
Let's just do everything.
Technology recharge.
Went to do everything. Advanced materials 49, 54, 78. There we are. So out of 80, that's not bad. Didn't we see a 7? Let's go there anyway. It's not bad for a start. So it's a developing economy. So it's 2-star. So we should theoretically get at least the bottom 4, or hopefully the bottom 4. Erzjan something, as opposed to Isram something, but yep, we found it. So this one's only got 3 in the space station. Yeah, I don't blame him for calling it a day there. I think if I fell into that trap of I think if I fell into that trap, I might think it's not my day for streaming. Sometimes you think, do I just delete this stream? Nice moody lighting over this water. Weird landmass that's not cleared out on this one. We can buy all 4 here, so it's not too bad. We've got a good price. So this is advanced materials. I felt like yesterday my quick look at trading was probably a bit incoherent. That's why I thought I'll probably do it properly with a worked example, just so people understand what I'm talking about. Because it was only a quick investigation. So this one is advanced mats. And it is possibly a good place to buy. No, sell. What was this? A sell, isn't it? Spent 3 hours preparing my tune for trading, went to first system, found a crash ship for selling. Went to trade post and noticed only one commodity. Yeah, if you're in the if you're in abandoned mode, as we're discussing, you're not going to get much luck, I don't think, because of the only one trade good thing. If you're not aware of that, you're going to waste time finding out. Should have waited until today when I tried to explain, even though my numbers are wrong on my chart. So economy. And we're looking for purple, and now we're looking for places to buy goods that are close to 30. That's scientific. That's the color we want. They're a little bit similar, the blue and the purple sometimes. 21.8. I think we can do better than that. 23. 10.8. $28.3, that's not bad. 2-star. Let's see what we've got there. Well, yeah, I mean, same with me. If you tell me that you can't do something, I will at least investigate to see if you really can't do it.
Enemy missile inbound.
Just look at the planet. I always get thrown by these big plumes. Don't expect to see them. Very weird planet. I presume it's a hot planet. Come on, land. Torrid. We've got all 4 items here, so that's not too bad. We're selling here, aren't we? Or are we? Buying here. You can buy and sell in the same system. We'll when we actually go round the route, we'll be checking things like that. Buying and selling does change things, and which is why I'm not actually making any purchases, because those numbers on the galaxy map change as we buy and sell. There's only 3 in the space station. bright spot there. It's difficult to see. $26.4. It's only 1 star. $26.22 stars. 14.8, that's awful. 22.01 star. 29.1, that's better. So look at its twin, doesn't have anything there. Yeah, I think what Ignition was asking with his question is that if we're going from, say, the purple to the blue, do we then buy in blue, or has the economy been messed up when we sold in the blue? I think that's what you're asking. Is that right, Ignition? Yeah, and I mean, most economy guys don't really pay attention to things like that, and so that's why we're doing a worked example, because then we'll actually look when we go round this loop, because we're mostly there now. We're over halfway there building this loop, and then we'll actually test it, see exactly how it works for us. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not bad. I mean, most trade route guides would focus on the 5th high item, the most expensive item, but I don't think when you're setting up a trade route that's a quickest and most efficient way of setting one up. We're really looking for that 4th highest at least, and then we can trade in lots of places. So where we look for 3-star economies everywhere, that's going to take us a long while. Are we going to have a trading post on here? On this planet? I'm not sure. Follow wherever that icon goes. Off planet. Wasn't sure if we would get one. I didn't think we did. Because if it takes too long to set this up, which I don't, it looks like it's going alright, but if it takes too long, we can always do a test separately in a separate stream. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not so bad. I think what a lot of people do, they just find 3-star economies with the widest spread on the galaxy map. So they'd be looking for a high and low buy and sell with the maximum spread between them. But I mean, that's a good way if you just want to go from one system to the next system to the next system to the next system, and then you're done with your loop. But I don't think it's a particularly good way of maximizing your profits. So this is advanced max by Is it 2 or 3? Go with 3 and I'll double check in a second. Let's build teleport and see how we're getting on. I was thinking it was a different save for a minute. Why is this all in a different order?
Technology recharge.
Space stations, bases. So yeah, so I didn't do Advanced Mats 2. So for the sake of symmetry at the moment, we'll find one more advanced materials.
Storm clearing.
But as you could imagine, one way of expanding your trade route would be to find multiple places to buy. Get my eye into that colour, so okay. 27.2, it's not too bad, it's 2-star. For the sake of getting this done, we'll go there. Check the space station. Level 4 in the space station. These are the worst kinds of planets to look for underground creatures. You get hardly any caves, and as soon as you go in the cave is water. Interesting. Have we gone off the beaten path yet? We have. We're into areas because we haven't really been focusing on staying within a region or an area. Yeah, it's like we were discussing the other day. Do what makes you happy in this game. Don't do what everybody else tells you to do. Just because scanning creatures is a really good way to get nanites You don't enjoy scanning creatures, don't do it. If you don't enjoy trade routes, and not many people do, don't do it. It's an interesting design. I've not really noticed that design on there like that. So 4 there, that's fine. What we haven't done here is found a good purchasing place that has all 3. I mean all 5. But let's move on to the next one around the circuit. So we go to... So we've done mercantile, we've done advanced materials, so we want to find scientific. So the darker blue. There's a light blue and a dark blue in the galaxy map. I think the thing about trade routes as a way of getting money is that it works really well until you start to get rich. When you start to get rich, it's this kind of diminishing returns. Once you're over a couple of billion, there are other... I mean, do you even need the money at that point, really? And obviously it's not passive. Some people like passive ways of getting money. No, I'm not looking for green, purple anymore. What's blue? Dark blue. So there we go. So that... So we're looking ideally for a good sell price. It's out of 80. Yeah, it's a game, isn't it? I mean, if you're too passive, it just feels a little bit too easy sometimes. I mean, it does take a while to build up, say, a decent mine, but I haven't made a mine to mine for sales goods for years now. Especially since they nerfed what's it called? Activated indium. Let's move away from where we are. Move back to the area where we were before, towards it at least. $75.1. It's not great, but it's the best we've seen so far. Let's just set a waypoint there just so that we don't lose it. But it's really not great. 79. That'll do. I mean, as I say, I mean, there's no purely passive method of making money in this game. Now, we've got no economy in the space station here. And we won't have... No, I've come to a dissonant planet, haven't I? I mean, not a dissonant. I've come to... the wrong place. I saw the number, went there, but it's abandoned. That's not going to do me any good. I'll only sell one trade good. Mind you, the price is good. I should be able to sell everything here. It's just whether or not I can ease... Will I find a trade post just by scanning? I presume I do. Let's find out. No. Did I do the wrong thing, Ellie? Yes, I must have done, because there it is. So I'll just double check how the price works here, because I don't know. I mean, the sale price is good, but does it get impacted by the fact that it's abandoned? It might not show my sale price either, so I might need to buy something to test it. This is how we get sidetracked. Can't see what I'm doing. This is a very moody place to land. It does at least have all of the sales points. I think the best thing to do would be to put a base computer down. Oops. I don't want to alter any of my prices ideally, but maybe I'll do a save and reload. So if we do, this is scientific. Buy and sell test. I think just building the base computer makes a save, but I don't think it saves if you just change the name. I'm not sure. go to bases. Advanced mats. And if I buy, we go back to my list. We're in the advanced materials. If we buy the lowest thing, which is the nanotube crates, see what kind of price we get. See how it compares. So it's 345 here. Carbon nanotubes.
Technology recharge. Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Now, ideally, what we want is a sell price that approximates that minus 315. See, it lands. This is one of the problems of creating save points so close, is that you can suddenly have your ship landing in the way. Usually it goes on top, but today it's decided to just park itself. Oh no, descend to... No, sell. What am I doing? Why isn't it there? I don't buy one. Oh, I'm buying. Hang on, where am I? Which lost track of where I am now. We are in the scientific cell test. We have bought. Did we buy anything? I thought I just bought a crate. Ah, I left it in my freighter. Okay, that's why I'm not finding it. I don't think it's the abandon mode that makes it sell that much. I think it's because you're also playing in permadeath. That changes the prices of everything. So that's selling for 2,308. Chat. So 1,050. 1,000. That's pretty good. That's actually above what I've got listed there, which is a bit odd. That's 105 of the value though, so 100 of the value. I haven't got that listed. 2,000. So that, yeah, it seems to be selling at a good price. Yeah, I think this will be okay for a selling spot. Let's see if we can even take off from this spot here. We'll soon find out if we're unable to sell for a good price for some of the other commodities. So, it was over 2,000, which was even higher than I thought it was possible for the lowest item. So the sale price, that is. Scientific, we're now looking for good buying places. So 25.7, we're out of 30, so that's not perfect. $13.9, that's awful. There's only 1 star, so we're not going to be able to get all the goods we want there, but that had a good price. Minus 20.3, not great. $22.8. Not great, but I haven't seen very good yet, so let's keep that marked. $26.9, that's getting a bit better. Ah, I've lost it though. It wasn't wonderful, so I'm not going to try and find it again. Where's my more populated area over here? So let's head that way. Not that it makes any difference. Dark blue, dark blue, dark blue, dark blue. I feel like they're going to continue tweaking abandoned mode the more feedback they get. 23.9. 25.2. 14.9. 23.5. 25.8. $20.6. 13.6. 22.8. 17.6. 'Not finding very many good ones here. Mind you, we said that before. $25.5. 28.7. That's a bit better. Where are we? Random mode. I don't know. I don't know if it will get a freighter. Depends. I guess it would get a freighter if we ever got living freighters. Yeah, that could work. Is Relic over? Yes, Relic should be just over, I think. View profile. Posts. Yep, it's definitely over. Completely. Yeah, I mean, the ability to sell ships isn't a bad thing, though, but it does seem a little bit odd that you can sell anything in an abandoned system. Hi, Royals. We could go with Royals. I don't think they are going to add AI, no. I think that's just speculation based on the tweet that Sean put out, which was about... I think he was just exasperated that something as simple as the clock was updating yet again. But then it will always update this time of year because they have to do updates for the change of time period. But I don't think there'll be AI. I mean, you could say the whole game's AI, but it's a different type of AI. It's procedural generation is a form of AI. Four, that's not too bad. Let's have a look on the planet. It's a lifeless giant. That's probably not going to have a trade post. Let's just search for the trade post here. Can you do derelicts? I believe in abandoned. I presume you can do derelict. I think I've asked this before. If we don't see any progress on another update for a little while, it might be time to have a delve into abandoned. Derelicts are possible, but why? Well, just interested. You could say why for derelicts completely nowadays. I feel like derelicts need a little bit of a new pass to make them a bit more relevant to the game again. Nice needle nodes coming in. Only 3 items at the trade post. That's not ideal. I'm going to move on. That wasn't a needle, it was a hot rod, as we used to call them. Green, not my favourite colour. It's a shame because that would have been a good place to buy. But if we can't buy decent number of goods on the planet, then I don't think it's really worth it. 23. What was our custom again? Come on, we haven't gone that far. Why isn't it showing up properly? Because I didn't have on the right filter, that's why. 25.8, so we want something better than 25, really. Something in the 26 range. Or higher, of course. $27.6. But it's a 1 star, so I won't be able to buy what I want. $29.6, but it's a 1 star. I seem to think that 25 point something is it's good enough for now. $27, but a 1 star. Hmm. 24.4. 10.2. 18.1. $26.3, 2 star, out of jump range. Let's set a waypoint. You really have come a long way looking for that one. Sometimes I think it's easier following the line when you can't see where the end of the thing is. Yeah, I get what you mean, that there's not much point if you're not going for freighter upgrades. But, I mean, you can get other high-value items in a derelict. And, you know, it's one of those completionist things. You want to get all of the derelict laws on your save at some point. It could be something that you want to do to complete. It's quite a space station. 4 items. Let's just hope that the planet has 4 items this time. Really distant planet. Only 3 items. We are not having much luck with this last. So just to remind what we're looking at, we really want to be able to buy at the best prices. Let's move that upwards. And so the lowest item you can buy, second lowest, third lowest, fourth lowest, or second highest. We really want to be able to buy those goods because you get the better spread. You got the better places to buy and the better option to sell later. And if we can't even buy that 4th item, then it's probably not worth using this planet. There was an exotic, was there? Are we sure? Are we sure it wasn't a solar? So often it proves to be when we turn back. Oh, horrible colour nebula here. Right, so we want the economy. Actually, the nebula's not so bad in the economy filter. Hi, Alphas, by the way. Good to see you. It's a 3-star. It's only 20, but it is worth having at least 1 3-star so we can buy the top price goods. Yeah, I imagine you probably do know the sound of an exotic. I think most of us would recognize the sound of an exotic. I'm just not listening for it. Whereas Alpha's listening in while lurking is only listening for exotics. That's his entire reason for actually lurking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be 5 on both. I'm just double checking. I'm waiting until I get into the atmosphere so that it's going to be on this planet. If you're near a planet and do a scan for something like this, it often gives you the next planet along. Or the second closest, as it were. This site doesn't even have an exotic. And the point of this save was always to build up the Wraith originally anyway, so I didn't really worry about ships on this save. Oh, you just finished the expedition, Alpha. So just... Did you just destroy my base, did you? All 5 there, which it should be because it's a tier 3 economy. Based out of base computer. It's not great prices, but at least we can buy everything here.
Weather warning.
And that's always
Incoming storm.
worth it, at least one place to have. To anybody else, the way that what are they called? Community planets work. Someone said that they had a different instance, so you can't technically, you're not supposed to be able to mess up somebody's base there. And it is technically a different instance because if you go to the base, it's slightly unfinished. There were a couple of things I was messing around with, and that's a slightly earlier version of the base than the one that if I go to it, I would see. Even though that version's uploaded. I think they do it to protect the bases and stop them being trolled. Carbon nanotubes.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, I don't play with multiplayer on in expeditions at all. Don't really see the point. It just gets in the way and can potentially stop you loading into certain areas. Yeah, I'll stay here. I'll go from here. Horrible planet again. We've got lots of not very nice planets in this trade route. So blue, dark blue. That's purple. Blue, 27.5, but it's black economy, so that's not going to do us any good. 28.1, that's not bad. Let's go there. So we just need a couple more, and then we've got our trade route. This one and one other, perhaps. Or at least we've got the beginnings of a trade route. You could continue to expand upon it, find better planets as you explored, etc. What I'm finding a bit frustrating is the I'm almost hesitate to say it, but the griefers that have started putting there's only 3 there, started putting derelicts above points of interest and messing up the gravity. Hello Games have got to find a way to sort that out, because it's happening in most expeditions now. I think they did try and do something to stop it, but it clearly didn't stop it. So we're coming up to 2 hours. Well, 2 hours that we've been messing around since we started searching. So it shows how long it can take to build these things up. It would probably be just about usable now, as long as there's 4 on this planet. If you scan from space, I was just mentioning this earlier, Ignition. If I scan from space, it won't give me a trade post on the closest planet. It will give me a trade post on the next closest planet, the second closest planet. And I just want to be able to quickly fly down to the closest planet, if possible. That's 4. That'll do.
Suit power cells completed. Technology recharge.
Yeah, it seems to be a newer briefing method. It started late last year, I think. I can't actually. I think it started with what's it called? The Cursed. I don't think I saw it before Cursed. Not to say it wasn't happening, but I didn't see it at all. I didn't see any evidence of it. I've never seen it happen, to be honest, but I've seen other people complain about it. What's this? This is scientific. Is it the second one? I don't know if we renamed the last one, but it doesn't matter yet. So, really, ideally, I want one more place where I can buy stuff. To me during relics, but the minute I approached it, it vanished. Or I might have zigged around it, not sure. Yeah, I've never experienced it, so I don't know what the ins and outs of it are. Because I don't usually play in multiplayer, so I don't see multiplayer. Well, that's handy. That's quite quick. I don't see many multiplayer griefing tactics. So theoretically, this could be our last one for our basic trade route. Depending on what we can buy on the planet. Buy all 4 here. So let's demonstrate this thing about the trade thing. If I go here and do a trade search. No, it actually did go to the closest one. You can't guarantee it will go to the closest one. Sometimes it will go to the next planet out, so it'll be over there. And I just want to make, possibly the reason it didn't, because it was a moon. What's that? Moon. Accurate. So I'm just guaranteeing that we get the trade post on the planet that's closest to the space station, basically. But it may be a habit that I get from charts. Maybe it doesn't happen so much with scanning for trade posts. Charts definitely do that. Or have a habit of doing that. Only 3. No, don't want that. .6 was only 1 star. .7, awful. 3 star, but only 16.0, and even the cell is awful. .24, only 1 star anyway. .23. That'll do. 28.3. So as long as there's 3, as long as there's 4 things on the planet, this should be fine. Let's go straight to the planet. It's a metallic planet. That won't have one. These coloured moons. I like that contrast of blues and reds and autumnal colours for trees. Even got a blue in the trees as well. Only 3 things. Not having much luck here. The only griefing I've seen during expeditions is multiple, max I've seen is 8 bases on rendezvous points. A few attempts to hide the point of contact. Yeah, that can be alleviated. Like Hello Games do have a habit of wiping bases as they go along, if they're in the wrong places, and also some rendezvous points can theoretically be changed if they're just like a point of interest that there are multiples of. I don't know if they ever do change them though, but they theoretically could if they're not the only example. They do it for weekend missions. They used to always have one spot that a weekend mission would go to, and then they changed it to a point of interest, and then that would change throughout the weekend, so it didn't mess up. This is the most promising one we've seen so far, because this is 28.6 for scientific. So let's hope we've got 4 items here and we can finally complete our list. It turned off all bases in rendezvous systems about 3 weeks ago so that no one could see any other player bases in that system. I think that can sometimes they disappear and then they come back again later. But I mean, I haven't done it recently, so I really wouldn't know. Alpha's finished it most recently. Did you even see any bases on in your rendezvous planets? If you're in a position you can actually answer. Otherwise, I'll understand if you don't. This is a very interesting looking planet with its high spike mountains and very large assets. One, two, three, 4. Nope. So I presume you're saying no, you didn't see any. Well, I think they seem to start off optimistic, and then if things don't work out, they start deleting them. Or they stop the visibility of them completely, as Gravnaut was saying. That's huge overshadowing asset. It's even over here. Right, so we should have our setup now. We'll double check by building and looking at our teleporters. So, your bases. Yeah, I didn't name that one. Scientific by 3. That should be scientific by... That's a scientific cell. Advanced mats 3, 2, and 1. That's the cell. Mercantile by 3, 2. Well, scientific by 1. So what was that other one? What was this one? Let's just go to that a second and just double check what it was. This is scientific. Let's check what the prices were in this system. Yeah, the parking under the... I mean, it's a living ship. Maybe it doesn't like the rain or the cold. This is cell 76.6. So this could have been a good cell place. It might actually be the cell place, looking at it, because it's a 3-star economy. But the buy was 20.3. So yeah, it's not a good buy place. It must have been the sell place. You'd imagine living fighters were a little bit hardier than most living ships. Should be able to put up with a bit of weather. Cell. Mercantile selling, scientific, mercantile. Now, what I'm not quite sure is if I've been completely... No, I may not have been completely consistent with my naming, because that is probably a mercantile system for buying scientific. So just go to my selling places and just make sure that I have got those correct. Mind you, we could just start going around and find out as we go, but that was the test. It's about 3, 2, 1. Just test that one a second. I need to build a load of teleporters anyway, so not all of them will have teleporters. Yeah, I've had similar things happen. If you don't make a save, then it can mess you up. For instance, what I find it happens quite a lot is in Colossal Archives, where you go to take off and you just get stuck somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. heard that one. But it's a bi-wing or whatever you want to call them. V-wing. I don't like those at all. I wonder if it was the same system. I don't think this was the same system, was it? Because this was the most recent one we went to with these strange blobby assets that were... And it's not doing that now, so maybe not. It's very dark here. Let's build a... So we need some more metal plating. We're going to go through lots of metal plating.
Technology recharge.
Right, so, I mean, I really think, though, it's not so much the nose missing, Alphas, as I really don't like the fact that it just feels so weighted weirdly when you've got the bulbous bit and then just the tail underneath. It's like you're carrying a gun or something. For a ship, it just doesn't seem right to me. It just feels very badly weighted. So this was, I just want to double check the other selling system. So mercantile selling, just make sure it's actually the mercantile economy. Yeah, trade goods. Okay, is that right? Yeah, decrypted user data. Right, so let's go round the trade route once. Now, first of all, we probably want to have a nice ship that's got plenty of space, but I don't think I've got many different ships on this save. Let me just double check. No, I just have that, which is probably broken. Yep, that's a broken ship, and I have the Wraith, so we're going to stick with the Wraith. We do have a... We haven't really got much space in here at all, so it's going to be similar to if we started up. Some sci-fi movie had a ship like that. Small reason why I like those, but the nose, though, I don't mind bi-wings or tri-wings. Hate the uni-wing exotics, though. I quite like the tri-wings, personally. What am I doing? What was I doing? Why did I come into space? I could go buy a hauler, I suppose. I've got enough money. What I was thinking is put all this stuff in storage, but you're probably right. It's probably a better exercise to buy a hauler in terms of what you would normally do in a save. let's go to a GEC 3-star economy. Doesn't really matter what type of hauler, as long as it's got decent cargo. I mean, I could grab one from I could go and grab the Iron Vulture, but I don't really want to exploit the expedition on this save. This was from an expedition and demonstrating things without any extra stuff, so... Shuttle's got 29. What have we got? 21. Everything else is landing. The biggest thing we've seen so far is a fighter. It's a disappointing colour there. I thought that was going to be a nice bronze, but it isn't. It's just a mattish colour. Slightly glossy, but not a metallic. It's got 31. That's not too bad. Anybody know what the initial cargo size of the Iron Vulture is? I accidentally come to a Korvax system or something? No, I haven't. There's one. 36. It's better than nothing. Let's keep. Let's keep him chatting while we wait and see if another one comes in. $36. $37.24 as per wiki. Thanks a lot, Alphys. I saw it, but I wanted to make sure I had. That's not. What is it? Anyone? 28. What? 36 doesn't feel quite enough. See how much that's going for before we worry about it too much. $33 million, so it's not that much. Was that a shuttle? Looked like the red shuttle we saw earlier. Yeah. That looked like a fighter. Let's just get this. Let's give it a couple of seconds, see if anything else comes in. It's an explorer. Okay, so we've got a hauler, and we've got a bit of space. Don't think I've got any. Actually, I might have some storage units. Because I probably wouldn't have used them in this save, except for when I was trying to maximize the sale price of some wrecks. So let's just double check. Go to the place. Going to these so often that I am. Right, so go there. Yes, we have some storage augmentation. So if you built up a bit of storage augmentation, already had 3, but now I've got loads, so I can maximize, well, not maximize, but I can get quite a lot on this hauler. So it's one of the benefits of having a save where you only have one ship that can't use storage augmentation. When you actually will want to buy a ship, you have loads left. See, that gave me some on that bottom row then. So we have 60 slots. So that's a reasonable amount. I'm not going to overdo it. We're going for the 60 slots. Now, if we go back to our charts, we want to start, we can start anywhere on this list, and we want to buy the items in that area and sell to the next one around. So let's start at the top here with advanced materials. And I'm going to just go to the buys. Actually, before we do anything, let's write down how much money we've got. So we have 1,750,917.019. Now that's more than enough seed money. You don't need anywhere near that much to get started. When I've started trading in saves almost immediately when I go from the first planet to the second planet, and I just spent all of the money I have available to me on trade goods, and then when I go to my second planet, I make sure it's somewhere I can sell to. So advanced materials, buying. Let's go to advanced materials by 1. Now I want to make sure the ship is actually at the trade post because this makes it a bit easier. If you don't have the what they called what the name's called, navigation data. If you don't have the navigation data, then you can always make a. Have I even got it on this save? Probably not. No. Always make a barrel fabricator, and then if you test it and see if it gives you materials, I mean, gives you the navigation data, and it doesn't, then just move it somewhere else in the base. So somewhere else on this platform, or down on that platform, down there, or somewhere else in this base area, and keep moving it until it gives you one, and then you can always grab one from there, and because it's always based on exactly where they're positioned as to what it gives you. So it will consistently give you the same thing every time. So place one barrel fabricator down that gives you one navigation data, and then you can call your ship in even if you've run out. I haven't got the barrel fabricator. I'd need to go and get it in the anomaly. Maybe I'll show you how to do that in a bit. I think I've explained it. So now if we look at our buying chart, the top thing, which won't be available because this isn't a 3-star economy, would be the, I can't read it, I'll have to look on my screen as well, the superconducting fibre. And the next one down is the 5D Taurus and the optical solvent. So they're the two we're going to focus on mostly, the 5D Taurus and the optical solvent. But theoretically, if you've got enough space, you can just buy everything. Right into the Starship inventory.
Product received. Product received.
If we just quickly look in the... I wouldn't usually break out of the... Oh, that's showing out because I haven't got the teleport thing in there. It's gone in there, but I can't see it. I wouldn't usually break out of the buy and sell system until I'd made all my purchases. But there we have a nice amount of goods, but because we've got plenty of space, then we might as well buy everything.
Product received.
I'm going to keep building base teleports when we haven't got them, because that's the quickest way, obviously.
Technology recharge.
And next I'm going to go straight to the space station here, because as I was saying, as we were building the system, the space station has a separate economy. So there should be one that says current system, and there it is. And some of the space stations we found only had 3 goods of the 4 on these 2-star economies. And so this one as well. So it's buy into the Starship inventory.
Product received. Product received. Product received.
And now we're looking for your bases. And we're going to continue to buy. So we've tried Advanced Mats 1. We go to Advanced Mats 2. So these are the barrel fabricators, but you can build them as well. So you only got condensed carbon from those. Starship. Buy. Space stations, current system. So if I went to another trading post, or if I went to my freighter in this system, they would have no goods left. But if we come to the space station, they still have goods left. Not as many, because there just aren't as many in space stations.
Product received. Product received.
So now we're building up quite a lot of stuff. Actually, let's break off for a second and have a quick look at the barrel fabricator in the anomaly. See if I actually have the ability to buy it, but more importantly, I'll just quickly show you where you can get it from. You can always go to the next spot from here. So in the construction terminal, I haven't got any salvage data, so I can't buy it. Where is it? It's not not there. I thought it was on this page, but no, it's obviously not. If anybody knows exactly which page, be sure to shout out. Not there. Wall screen page. It's not there. Can't even see the wall screens page. It's not that one. It's not that one. That's the wall screen. So I was looking on this one. One with a small box. That's where I thought it was. So where is it on here? Ah, there it is. Barrel fabricator. It's under the small crate, under the drawers. If you buy this and position it in a base, every time you try and select something from it, it will give you one of, I think, 4 or 5 items. Things like condensed carbon, antimatter, navigation data, as I've said. Possibly the housing for the antimatter. I can't think of anything else. But the most important thing is it gives you the barrel fabricator. Sorry, it gives you the navigation data. So you place one down. And if it doesn't give you that, you move it. And it actually will give you 2 from each position. Right, so your bases. So we've done Advanced Mats 2, current system. We want to go to Advanced Mats 3. Tornado here. Do I brave the weather to call my ship in? Doesn't look like it's coming this way.
Product received. Product received. Product received.
And now I'm going to go to the next one around. So if we look in our chart again, we're in advanced materials here. I'm not gonna buy from the sell point in this way round. We'll check that in a bit. So next we'll go to scientific, and we want to go to the scientific selling spot. That was the test, but I'm going to play it safe, and I'm going to go to scientific sell. Must be running out of navigation data soon. I might have to build one. Starship inventory. So we're getting plenty of them here.
Product received. Product received. Product received.
This is supposed to be the sell spot, wasn't it? I just messed that up. Before we go out of it, we want to sell the greens.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
And then we'll continue buying. I wasn't going to buy, but I might as well now, because I was only going to buy in the buy spots, but I sold in the first sell spot. Oh, sorry. Well, what I did is I went to this terminal and I sold all of the goods and bought all of the goods, because I didn't mean to buy the goods, but I've done it anyway. So let's go to the next scientific bell and buy. Scientific buy 1. Have taken the other one. Must have plenty of navigation data. I'm not sure how much. I've got 4 left. So at some point I'm going to have to quickly get some salvage data. buy everything, but starting from the... As we get... I don't think we are filling up. If you are filling up, always buy the most expensive thing or the second most expensive thing first. Usually the second most expensive thing. But we've got all 5 here.
Product received.
Hang on. This isn't scientific. Now, I thought I'd consistently got that name, but I didn't get that name consistently. You know what? I'm going to reload restore point. There is a possibility that the base might sell the nav data. Yeah, I hadn't looked. Oh, I've gone right back to the beginning. But let's make a save and start again, because I've really got to rename that. Otherwise, we're going to mess up the we're going to mess up the system. So at what point had we got to? We're done. Well, tell us what our current system is. Current system is the Advanced Mats 2. So we haven't been to Advanced Mats 3. So let's do that first. Catch up with where we were. Now, I don't have to use the calling in a ship to this pad. It just makes it a lot easier. I could use my exosuit and then move it across, but it just makes things a little bit more complicated. I'm not sure why I've got some goods in there already.
Product received. Product received.
And the important thing is, if it's all in one inventory, then we don't have to go out of the menu at any point. We don't have to... So we've got Advanced Materials 3. Right. I'm going to go back to this, and I'm going to make sure that I take this off of the screen. So now, again, we've finished Advanced Materials, and we're going to go to Scientific to sell. This really is a hellhole, this place, isn't it? Double checking each time we go to sell now, just to make sure. So we are in Scientific. Of course, we haven't called in the ship. And we possibly have... No, we don't. While we're here, let's see if there is any more navigation data possibility around. Can't see any up there. Can't see any up there. And there's none on this one by the look of it. Nope. It's not selling any navigation data. So we've got the 4 goods we're going to sell. We're going to sell all of them, starting with the most money. Shouldn't matter while we're still in the system, while we're still in this interface, but sell all of those, sell all of those, sell all of those, sell all of those. Now, I don't want to buy... The mistake I made a little while ago is... Oh, there's another exotic. That's a nicer one. I quite like a little guppy. I'm not going to buy in the sell stations the first time round. So, I am going to go to the space station. No, I'm not. Because that could change the economy as well. So we're just going to go to... the scientific buy. Haven't positioned my ship. Pretty sure I got one, but I think it was just condensed carbon, wasn't it? Oh, it's not even going to let me do that now. Maybe up there. Nope. Where did it actually land me? Did it land me at all? Yes, there.
Weather update. Storm clearing. Technology recharge.
Right, so buying.
Extreme toxicity detected.
Yeah, I'm not doing the selling to pilots thing. It would be better.
Received.
I just consider it a bit of an exploit, so I don't do it. But it would be better to sell. That's why I have a separate system, because I don't use that exploit. I use a separate system. We're doing it. Double check. Let's make sure I'm looking. Have I just done the same mistake again? No, that's right. Scientific by 1. Space stations. Yeah, I know there's it's a grey area between what is and isn't. It's just what we're prepared to accept. And personally, for me, I find selling to the NPC pilots to be weird, because you're selling like 1 billion units worth of stuff to someone that just happens to land at a trading post. It doesn't make much sense to me. In my head, I just can't quite reconcile that. Yeah. Current system. There it is.
Product received. Product received. Product received. Product received.
I feel like I've gone wrong somewhere. I have, haven't I? I've done it twice the same, so something's not named correctly. Currently, I've been buying trade goods construction. Which is advanced materials. I'm just going to quickly check all of my namings because the namings are throwing me off. Because theoretically, I should be going from advanced materials to scientific, which I haven't finished the advanced materials yet, but and I'm going to a base that I may have named as scientific, but maybe so I want to name these after the economy. I'm just going to go to each of my sale bases and make sure they're named after the economy, because that's the only way I can get it straight in my head. Yep, that's scientific. And selling bases mercantile.
Incoming storm.
Yep, that's correct. Build a teleport while we're here. So if it isn't the selling bases, which we'll find out in a second, then it might be one of the buying bases is named incorrectly. Yeah. Go to that scientific test one as well. That's the advanced materials, so there's it. Yep, that's advanced hang on. Isn't that scientific? That's advanced materials. Yes, it is advanced materials. Okay. I think sometimes I see that symbol and think because it's a strand of DNA that it's science, but it isn't. So the only selling base I need to check is the test one, just to be double sure, just in case we go to it. And then we'll have to, each time we go to one of the other bases, we'll just make sure it's been named correctly each time before we carry on. Yep, so that's scientific, that's fine. So I believe we were going to Advanced Materials 3. Well, yeah, if I don't go to the right base in the right order, then we won't get any money, will we? We'll just lose all of our profit margin.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
One of the weird things is, as I was saying yesterday, some of these are named a bit strangely. So these are all named Trade Goods Construction, but that's Advanced Materials. I wish they'd just changed the name. They obviously had a different idea of what they all were before at some point.
Product received. Product received.
Right, now, this is where we've just done advanced materials. We're going to scientific. We want to sell the advanced material stuff into a scientific. And when we get there, we'll double check that it is correct before we make any sales. Actually, and we'll also jump in and out of my ship at this point, because each time we've made a mistake, we've had to go right back to the beginning, and this time we don't have to. We can just choose our destination. Oh, we haven't been to the current station yet. Current station, space station, current system. There we go. Okay, so we're buying with our starship.
Product received. Product received.
Jumping in and out of our ship. So at this stage, we've just purchased advanced materials from 3 different systems. So we're going to scientific. And we're going to test before we do anything. It would be immediately obvious if we go to the thing, because they should all be green in the sale, but we'll just double check just to get into the good habit. And that's research, which is scientific. When we go to sell, they should all be green. And they are. Just double check there's nothing still in my exosuit. Yes, there is. I haven't transferred that. It's there. Starship out of range. Really do need to put a teleporter in this thing. Ah. Starship. Let's put a teleporter in if we can.
Technology installed.
Haven't got the wiring looms, haven't got the antimatter, so we'll do that in a bit as we go along. It's the wiring loom. I probably might be able to buy a wiring loom here, I suppose. Can't even build the antimatter. I haven't got the chromatic metal on me. Okay, so now we want to go to the next scientific buying spot. Bases. And we'll double check that this actually is scientific. Where did we get there? Because this has been our stumbling block each time. No, that's commercial. So let's rename this. Call it that for now. We pinned down what was going wrong. At least we corrected before we went wrong.
Technology recharge.
So I don't think there'll be 3 of these, so we'll go to that one.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
That's scientific. I don't think you've missed an awful lot, Ignition. I've mostly just been going round my buying and selling, and I've written down the amount, and I made a couple of mistakes which slowed me down a bit because I had an incorrectly named system. It didn't mess me up, but it nearly did if I hadn't paid attention. Double check. Oh, we just checked, haven't we? Okay. So now we want to pull in our ship. Yeah, we've got some navigation data. That saved me having to get some for a little while. Yeah, if you get lost in your trade system, then you're messed up. Buying. We're buying into the starship.
Product received. Product received.
We're going to the... You can see that there weren't very many things in that particular one. This is where, when you start to build up your trade route later, you want to start looking for higher economies because they're more likely to sell more goods.
Product received. Product received.
Next, scientific. But we're a little bit low on our scientific because of that misnamed base. Would have been nicer to go to 3, but never mind. Yes, another one. Don't seem to be able to get 2 from the non-built ones. When they're built, they seem to have 2 interactions. Double check. Scientific. Yes, it is. Buy everything.
Product received. Product received. Product received.
Go to the space station. Looking for current system. Shouldn't be this far down the list, so it must have been replaced with something else. Maybe it's this. Hang on. Maybe I didn't visit this, like this space station. There was at least one we didn't visit the space station, so maybe I'm going to fly up to this one. Gonna have to slum it. Right, I'm not going to take the risk of flying with valuable cargo in a ship that I haven't upgraded in any way, shape or form. So I'm going to fly up in a decent ship. Of course, you really must have missed some. If you're asking that question, Ignition, because this was my Titan save, and it was mainly about building up from nowhere, as if this was your first save, and just sticking with the Titan expedition save. So if I go to the anomaly and claim previous rewards, then I'm doing something that somebody that was following the Titan sequence wouldn't be able to do. So, into the starship buy.
Product received. No free slots in ship inventory.
So luckily we filled it up anyway. We couldn't have bought any more. I don't I don't like using more than one inventory because it can get a bit clunky and you can... Oh, I just bought into there, that's why. Oh, I bought into the wrong ship. I was thinking we shouldn't run out of space. Oh yes, I can probably do that. Well,
Product received.
can't build the antimatter at the moment. Is there any copper here? No, there isn't. And let's just get that out of my list so it doesn't keep confusing me. Log, unpin formula. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to buy this probably at a slight reduction now, because I came out of the interface, but never mind.
Product received.
Right, so that's scientific. So the next thing is to sell, and we're selling to the mercantile or trading economy. Your bases, mercantile selling base. No, oh, there is a thing over here. No, wrong thing. How many have we got left? It must be running low now. We've got 5 left. It was a really nearby Berry Technology. I might go for it, but I can't see any close. 240. I suppose that's not too far. We'll see. Make sure there's nothing selling in this exosuit. You can tell because it'll have a green price. So now we're going to sell everything, starting with the thing that is the most expensive.
Units received.
Although if we don't come out of the interface, it shouldn't make any difference.
Received.
And now we continue around the mercantile. The wrong thing. The style, yeah, yellow guppy style, but I don't... The guppy style, but I don't like yellow very much. There is one save I have yellow in, which was more of a pirate. It's actually a permadeath save, where I stick to yellow, but... So I want to go to mercantile buying. I think that one, the one that I had marked incorrectly. Moishel, which is mercantile. I think I've done both of these. Yes, I have. Had I done that one over there? No, I hadn't. And buy into a starship.
Product received. Product received. Product received. Product received. Product received.
Go to the space station, current system. Keep thinking I'm closer to that than I am. Starship.
Product received. Product received. Product received.
Next mercantile 2. Nope, haven't pulled in the ship.
Product received. Product received.
Metaplating carbon nanotubes. More metal plating.
Technology recharge.
And they go to a current system. Starship.
Product received. Product received.
There's only 3 items there. Next on the list. Mercantile 3. Ah, yes, this was a very different place. Just double check they don't have any. Nope. Right, need to call in my ship. Starship, buy.
Product received. Product received. Product received.
Probably don't have enough metal plating. I actually do. I don't have enough sodium. Could I buy that? Using a lot of resources without gathering any resources. Alright, we'll fly up. We'll try and not make that same mistake again of not changing my ship. I should have done, shouldn't I? I missed your I missed your thing, but I should have checked. I could possibly check back again before we go elsewhere, but then I'd have to. I wouldn't have a teleport. To be honest, we might not need to worry too much about the nav data. We keep getting the odd one or two, and we've only got a couple left. We'll see, but we're nearly at the end of the sequence, so we might just make it.
Product received. No free slots in ship in.
Oh, I done it again. I've done it again. Forgot to put my stuff in my proper ship. It's possibly just chiseling away at my profits, but it's not a major problem. Start ship.
Product received. Product received.
Oh.
Product received.
Okay, so I think we've done all of the. I'll read that in a second, Alphas. I think we've done all of the mercantile. So we just need to go to complete our loop. We need to go back to advanced materials. And the advanced materials sell spot. I wanted a lot of void motes to buy staff parts. I figured I should find Atlantis and scrap them. Went to a pirate system for best odds, found an S-class, went back to the anomaly. Ticket would fetch me only 960 void motes because if it had few slots, went out, spent $1 billion to get all slots opened in the first 4 rows, went back 9,600. That's ridiculous. From one multi-tool. Yeah, so we just managed to do the loop without having to buy any. Just gonna make sure that I haven't got any in my normal inventory. Oh, I do have some decrypted user data. And some ion spheres. So we want to move those. Now we're out of range again. Okay, Starship cell.
Units received. Units received. Units
Exosuit. Should have one other thing to sell. But that's right. No, I must have missed my chance to buy that. I'm going to sell it anyway because we've completed the loop now. So we've been round the loop once, and we are now on 1,813,532,915. Now that's not a massive profit as yet. If I just quickly do the calculation. 1,813,572,915. Take away 1,750,917,019. That's 62,655,896. So 62.5 million. We can make these things more profitable as we go. That's the beginning. And if you were at an earlier stage of the of your save, you didn't have anywhere near 1 billion like I do, then that could be a significant amount of money to start building up. Especially if you were trying, for instance, to save up for your first hauler to do that. Yeah, it's not bad. It is what it is. We got the amount that we got, and that's by no means the maximum we could get. So the next step would be, once you've built up that kind of trade route. Now, if we went round it again, we wouldn't be able to sell at our selling points. But theoretically, we could keep going around. For instance, if I went to, let's see what the buying prices are now. At, where are we? We're at the last, we're at the advanced materials, that's right. Economies recover not that fast. I don't know what the exact equation is. You could probably find that on the wiki. But what I would tend to do is do this every couple of days. See, I'm still buying here at relatively good percentages off, because I've only been buying from here. So I could theoretically continue by buying up stuff. And then instead of selling at my selling spot, I could sell at one of my buying spots. So in this case, bases. I'm currently at advanced material buying. I could buy some more here. I could buy some more here, and I could buy some more here, and then go to the next one, which is the scientific. Instead of going to the sell, I've actually got two. Instead of going to that spot, I could go to the. Oh no, that was the one that had the that's the one I had to rename, so I actually didn't have enough. But I could go to scientific by 2 and sell them all there instead, even though I wouldn't get my maximum prices. I would at least still be completing my maximum usage of all of these things. We could also try selling at this scientific sell spot, which was an abandoned system, and see what happens. So I'm actually tempted to do that now, just to see. We just buy from here.
Product received. Product received.
And then go to that spot and see what the prices are. To see if abandoned systems are actually worth keeping in our list if they've got a really good price. Started an expedition from that save and got to the point where I called the anomaly, copied the Atlantid to the expedition save, and then back to my main save, continually scrapped and claimed it. Well, it's costing you nanites. Ended up with 80k void motes. Is that when you ran it at nanites? I don't know. I mean, how many void notes do you really need, really? I mean,
Technology recharge.
it doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world. I probably wouldn't do it myself. But what I have done that's similar is I've taken...
Levels stabilizing.
I bought the... What's it called? Starborn Runner multiple times in different expeditions, and then brought back the Photonics core.
Weather update.
So I brought back multiple Photonics cores into my my serial expedition save that is set up to do expeditions. It's not that dissimilar, really. Why was that one in there? And where is it? Can't see the bottles. Was it in my freighter? No. Oh, it's buy. So I was looking at the wrong thing. Right, Starship. So I'm able to sell them all. One for 46,940. 5D Taurus is. Let me just look at my system a second. It's the second highest. 10,000 plus 30. It should be about 40 grand. Yeah, that's about right. So the prices seem correct, even if it is an abandoned system.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
So, I mean, so the next step for me, if I was going to expand on this trade route, the very first thing I would do is I'd start looking for other trade stations on this planet and compare prices, because trading posts all have different prices. So you could maximize your gain relatively simply just by having a look around the planet and finding better ones. So for each of these ones I built up, I could find maybe a better price that I can buy and sell for. So that'd be maybe the first thing I would do. The next thing I would do is I would start looking for more places to buy. And obviously there's also an entirely separate trade route. This is the smaller trade route with just 3 systems or 3 economies. But I could also have a parallel trade route for the 4 economy system. And obviously the 4 economy system has more capacity for getting profits. So we would start looking at, I haven't got that one on my cheat sheet. So we'd have to look on the website for a second. And we go to chatting, and instead of that, there you go. That's, for some reason, that's, there we go. So in this case, we would go from energy to mining to manufacturing to high technology and then back to energy. Not to be confused, high technology, not to be confused with scientific. So it's a completely separate loop. And so you could build up that separately. So you can have 2 trade routes going on. And that would obviously maximize profits, because you'd have the ability to go round one, buy and sell everything, and then go around another one. It would obviously take a similar length of time. One extra thing, we took about 2 and a bit hours, 2.5 hours to build the trade route. So to build another trade route with an extra thing is probably going to take 3.5 hours maybe, just to build the second trade route. And then the next thing I would do would be to always keep an eye out for better economies. And now one way we can find better economies is to take advantage of the surge system. So we could go into scan for trade events. And instead of going for the trade outpost, we could go for trade surges. And now we should have a location of a nearby 3-star economy. They're always going to be 3-star economies. So this is a good way of finding good places that might have decent buy and sell potential, but at the very least will always have the ability to buy and sell all of the items. You can always buy everything at a 3-star economy. You can all buy all 5 of the items. Now that's actually not bad for a buy system, 26.9 out of 30. It's not the best, but we'd be keeping an eye out for other systems. So you could build it up in 2 different ways, 2 or 3 different ways. I'm not going to go there now. But that would be how you could take advantage of the trade system as easily as possible. So we started off, we looked for one particular thing. In fact, we looked for a load of advanced materials bases with good buying and selling prices. We looked for 3 with good buying prices out of 30. And then we looked for 1 good selling place out of 80. Then we did the same for the scientific, and then we did the same for the mercantile. And then we exploited all of those bases by buying both at a trade station where you get better prices and also at the trade terminal in the space station. And then we did that all the way around the loop, just buying in all of the buying stations and selling in the best selling spot. And we got around about 600. I can't remember what it was now. I've probably still got my calculator option. No, I shut it. But it was about 600 million, I think it was. Or was it 60 million? Somebody remind me. In fact, somebody did actually comment. But I can't see the comment now. 63 million. And Ignition has just said that as well. So we could easily, if we take that off the screen, so we could easily double that just by finding another 3. So we'd spend another couple of hours and maximize the width of our trade route. Or we could overly double that by focusing on the other 4 trade economies and doing the same thing. But that's how I build up a trade route. I don't just do the very basic finding 3 economies and going between them. I like to build up a small group of economies that allow me to buy a load of the goods all at one go and then sell them off in one spot and then go around to the next economy group, buy a load in all of those in both the planetary and the space station, and then sell again in the next one's sell spot and continue round. And then the next thing I would do is keep a track of those prices, because as you can see here, the data has changed. This was a really good sell spot, and it's now gone down slightly to 72.8, but probably not that bad. And some of the buying prices are probably now, not only have we taken the stock away, so we can't easily go round again, and because there will be diminished returns each time we go around, both in the profits and loss because of the changed prices, but also in the stock levels will have dropped. So you're better off just leaving it for a day or 2, maybe only ever do your trade routes once a week, but you're just topping up your money all the time. And instead of going around your trade routes, maybe just keep an eye out for better places to buy and sell. So let's just land. Thanks, Ignition. Glad it's of a help. And then the other way of doing it, if you just wanted to just find 3 quick and easy space stations and just get a bit of cash early on, is look for somewhere that sells in the 70s and buys in the 20s. And if you find one place that does each of that for every economy, then you could use just those 7 systems in 2 loops, and you'd get reasonable prices, and you could probably do that quite regularly. But you won't get at quite as high profits that way because you're not buying in multiple places. And it's a lot easier to find places that have got good selling prices that haven't got good buying prices, and vice versa. So restricting yourself to good places with a really good spread is making it harder to find the spots, I always think. So I'm going to stop off in this very dark and moody spot. I've been Pharaoh. Thanks for watching. Travel well, and goodbye for now.